giving me such issues? Why are you giving me troubles? I don't know. Okay. I was streaming and it wasn't recognizing it for a little bit. We are on now, I believe. I took about an hour off for a meal. Hello. Oh dear. Okay. So let's see what we can do. How far we can get today. I'd like to finish this scene because I think this is the last day. And now that I'm going to be doing art on paper. I keep saying that, but actually, I'm pretty close to finishing the entire stack, so I might just go ahead with that, even if it would put me like a day behind schedule. But there is a schedule. I'm trying to keep to it. Do behave yourselves. These sequences of Tack and the thief facing down at the end, if you were here earlier, and those of you in chat basically were, I was inking the thief material on one of the tacks earlier. These are sort of from the storyboards, with one difference, that the storyboards zoom in on the characters' faces, so this version stays zoomed out throughout, so I sort of had to figure out what their bodies are doing a little more than on the storyboards. And in every case, the storyboards get zoomed out a little anyway, so there's always a little more of the bodies that have to be invented. This is also true of the Yum Yum scenes where I had to zoom out a bit, sometimes quite a bit, to keep the storyboards consistent in size and sort of turn them into layouts. But yes, in general, these are based on storyboard material, which I'm attempting to fix the model on, because this is the model of Tack in the storyboards is a little bit different than what was actually done by Calvert, and I kind of have to stick with Calvert, unfortunately, in some respects here, for consistency. But basically, I was taking these storyboards, redrawing them digitally, and now traditionally, but also undoing any zooming in. So I was kind of figuring out what the bodies would be doing during these sequences also. And these are zoomed out quite a bit from what the storyboards are doing. So it was an attempt to do more with the 4 storyboards of Tack's face that exist, and we'll see how it actually goes. But I was trying to figure out the sequence, which isn't really, he wasn't really indicating movement. Just sort of a zoom in, but there is some movement that happens, which was evident when you start resizing all the material to be the same size. There is some stuff that's happening. I would say the main difference in terms of the model is that the middle section of Tack's shirt is still present in the Calvert version, whereas in the storyboards, this left side is completely torn off. But for consistency's sake, I've had to go with having some of that left side of the shirt still present. And that's just to be consistent with what Calvert footage, unfortunately, is present in the edit, but it's not that different. And I'm trying to keep it in Williams style and this and that. As I said, I was inking quite a bit of Princess Yum Yum scenes the past week, as she is overrepresented in the storyboards than 10 minutes or whatever of storyboards that are in the cut, storyboards and unfinished scenes. Yum Yum is overrepresented in the unfinished material. There's definitely not enough Williams, Tack, and Yum Yum after a certain point in the film. There were a lot of Calvert scenes with Yum Yum and Tack, and in this new version, I found myself reworking these scenes more than I did previously to try and bring the Calvert scenes up to a higher standard in some ways, making changes to some of the animation and staging and things. An attempt has been made. An attempt has been made. But it was always annoying to deal with Calvert material, which is usually of a low standard. Not always, but I think any good material sort of got through by accident because it was finishing something that had been started under Williams or was being done by people who cared. But I don't think Calvert himself was up to the task or interested in being up to the task. How much of your inking will be in the cut? I don't know. I have inked over well over 100 pages of material. I'll have to count exactly how much. I have to stop inking and do digital work to actually have any hope of getting this into the cut. It's not going to be a vast amount of material, but it is sort of time permitting. It's hard to say, but I am working on a variety of scenes. Looks like that audio got into the red. Am I too loud? Is it bad audio? Is it this? Is it that? I don't know. The mic is not very close because I didn't want it to be in camera range, but I can try where to put the mic. But I have completed a new restoration of the film. I just haven't edited it together, so I guess I haven't completed it. And there's still some shots here and there that I'm supposed to do work on, so I'm trying to get quite a bit done before the end of the week. I don't know how much I'll be able to do. But I had restored almost an hour of material from the film has been newly restored, reworked, repurposed in some way. That doesn't mean that that's going to be a full hour of the actual cut, because that might be raw material or alternate versions of things or stuff that isn't actually in the recobbled cut, this and that. But it is quite a good chunk of the film, maybe about an hour of material, has been very painstakingly re-restored, and I just haven't edited it into the film yet. I have a reel put together of what I've done, but I haven't edited it into the film yet. I've been avoiding doing that because when I originally edited the film, it was on a Mac, a Hackintosh, and I'm now working on a PC. And I feel I'm able to get better quality, actually, going back to the original files on this PC. But there is a certain mismatch that has occurred when I'm going back and forth between Mac and PC. The Mac footage, the QuickTime footage, gets a lot darker and is hard to deal with. So I'm probably going to have to go back to the old Mac to actually put this cut together, and I'm dreading that because the old Mac, we did resurrect it, but it's not in the best shape. Its internet doesn't work, its sound doesn't work. For a while, like, using the mouse didn't really work, After Effects doesn't really work, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work, and it's in a room I don't like to go into. And so it's just a little bit something I have to deal with. That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably edit this into the Mac version of things. I've been editing using a codec which I don't think the Mac can read also, so getting it back and forth from the and on the Mac I'd be using a codec which the PC can't really read without screwing it up. So it's a bit of a pain going back and forth, but I think that's what I'll do. And I'm trying to have something done. I guess I won't discuss this clearly, but pretty soon. And I was working on restoration all this time rather than doing artwork, and now I'm doing artwork again. I'd kind of burnt out a bit on doing artwork. Is this the same drawing? I don't know if this is the same drawing. I'd like to check. Oh, it should be the same drawing. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. But, yeah, I have done a new restoration of maybe half the film. Not quite, but probably close to half the film. That's interesting. And I put a lot of work into it, and I'm putting a lot of work into this, and I don't know how much. I'm kind of being overambitious with these redraws, which is something which I always discouraged. I discouraged people from doing redraws, because this is the sort of thing you gotta do it. Well, I discouraged myself from doing redraws, mainly. But it's the sort of thing you have to do right or not do at all. And it's been hard to get to the right standard. But I think there's a scene of Yum Yum which I tried to redraw back in the day. And the results, what I was able to do with it, were not very good back in the day. This was 2007 or 2009 or 2008. I forget. I can look it up. I just hadn't captured what was needed. And so I realized, oh, I can't really do this up to the right standard, so I'm going to stop. And it was really these animators, Dennis Van Hout did a new shot, and Kiko Pablo did a new shot, and I was like, actually, maybe we can do some new material. Maybe we can pull some of this off to some extent. And I realized that I could be a lot more careful about things and get a lot closer. It's still tough, though. I think when I have to do stuff, the storyboards can be a little bit inscrutable. They can be a little vague and not quite have all the details that you need. And I focused on Yum Yum for a while so that I got to know what the model of that character actually was, and could avoid some of the pitfalls, but it's still a tough bit of work. This must be a different frame. God help me, I hope so. Let me see. Okay. So I did a lot of Princess Yum Yum artwork for a while, and that helped me get used to, at least, what was on model and what wasn't, and the pitfalls of what I was trying to do. There's always a lot of little details that I'm sure there are do's and don'ts that I'm breaking. And I don't think Richard Williams isn't around to say no or say what it's actually supposed to be. But I think we can get pretty close. So this has been kind kind of an experiment, but I was avoiding doing new artwork for a long time. It's a real rabbit hole to go down. We don't have the money for it anyway. And you've got to do it well or not do it at all. But I was doing the Thief and the Cobbler coloring book, and I was redrawing whatever the best reference I could find was usually. It wasn't always good reference, but it was mostly like the better reference that I could find. It varied. And doing that sort of gave me a little more confidence that I don't think that I can get to the exact Richard Williams level, but I can come closer, certainly closer than Calvert usually came. I can get closer than that. But my goal is to be as accurate as possible and come pretty close to at least start we don't really have the money and people, and if we had the money we would have the people. I could hire competent people if we had money, and pay. The first thing I would do is pay our volunteers better, but this at least kind of opens up and shows what can be done. And the specific scenes that I picked to redraw are all scenes where theoretically there's not a ton of actual animation going on. They're all scenes where it sort of came together. With storyboards which look pretty similar from one frame to the next. So it's sort of, I don't know how far we'll actually get with these, but it's redrawing certain storyboards for the most part, and sometimes an in-between point between them. To get close to new animation and to start to see what we would do, where we could do a new animation and not screw it up. Sort of the places where it's easiest to figure out what to do, I suppose. Because I am an illustrator, but I haven't done a lot of actual animation. And would also, I was trying not to stray too far from the existing storyboards. I was trying to lean hard on them to figure out how we could actually draw these characters in a way that does justice to the work. And so I'd picked out scenes which I thought could work for that. There's actually a couple scenes I've avoided doing anything with because I'm hoping it might not happen, but I'm hoping we can get a hold of more materials for some of these scenes. So there's a couple I held off on for that reason, but this isn't a case where I would, you wouldn't want to read, generally speaking, because we've broken this rule a little, but if there's a scene that's penciled in the work print, you wouldn't want to redraw that scene. For one thing, it's already animated, you can watch it, it's this, it's that. But the work print is pretty low quality, except for there's a digital transfer in HD, which we don't have, which the Academy has at a moment in time. But the version of the work print that we actually have is pretty low quality. So you couldn't actually duplicate that animation if it's like finished animation anyway, because you'd have to kind of loosely reinvent whatever those visuals are, because it's just not very clear. So there were scenes like the brigand getting poked in the eye, which did like exist as pencil test at some point, and that was in the Calvert work in progress in very low quality. But I know we said fuck it and just reanimated that. But it's a very short scene also, but we had to more or less ignore, which Chris Fern did, and I'm supposed to be doing a new version, which I've inked. I've got to work on that a little more. But that scene is very short, for one thing, and was the brigands, which Chris was already working on, and this and that, and it was just because it was so low quality that it was pissing me off, I suppose, that the existing copy of it. But normally you wouldn't do that, because you don't want to make it worse than what we have, is the thing. You don't want what you're doing to be a downgrade. So there's a lot of work and a lot of accuracy that you have to put into it. I know that one of our volunteer animators got kind of spooked, having done 3 keyframes and just finding lots of like things that were wrong about them, getting kind of spooked about it. And really having to overthink it. And I get it. I try not to overthink it, but I know that some of this, it's hard to get it quite right. And then you look at the Calvert stuff, which is just all wrong, and it's like, oh, great. But we are trying to get it to a better standard than that. And it's tough. So the original scenes that were being done were not like character scenes, really. It was Yum Yum's hands. It was Fido in the dark eating Zigzag, which did exist as animation, but in low quality, so we redid it. But like normally we would not be redoing something which actually existed in pencil test, because you don't want it to be worse. It would have to be pretty short and more simple. but you don't want to be like, you can't. I need to look at the model for, do I even have this? I need to look at the model for ears a little bit, because I'm just kind of blanking. I'm giving myself a headache here. I've not been looking at the model for ears normally. I don't have the model for ears right now. I unplugged it because I'm okay. Let's see. I'm psyching myself out here a little bit. I was with Yum Yum. I was always trying to check what the ear model was before every drawing, because I knew I was being inconsistent. And I'm not doing that with Tack, but he does have ears, and I'll have to deal with that sooner or later. Hello, Azed Pratt Film. Appreciate it. But yeah, we'll see. This is a little bit. It's a little bit experimental, I suppose. But it's sort of showing a way forward for filling in some of the material. Is something that I never felt like I could pull off before, but I'm working. Okay, have a good day. I'm working larger. I'm working a lot more carefully, and I'm working in a mixture of digital and on paper. So the roughs are digital, and then I'm inking it on paper to do a much cleaner line. And then I'll do a digital cleanup of that. And so I think we get a good mix of techniques here. I am not looking forward to coloring any of this, or doing the digital, or even scanning it. It's going to be a pain. But maybe I can get some help with the coloring. I don't know. But when it's colored in some way, at least, that opens up a lot of possibilities for what we can do. That's also why I'm inking it, so that in theory it can be colored. And so that we can figure out what we're doing a little better. How long do you think the film would have been at its completion? Probably a little shorter than the recobbled cut, but about that. You know, with the recobbled cut, I was trying to match pretty much what the work print was doing, but it's possible that he would have cut more material, or indeed added more material. I think it's silly to speculate, but the recobbled cut is sort of my version of what the usable footage was. I was looking at the original work print a little bit when doing this, because I wanted to pull more storyboards that I wasn't using previously, and you know, I did make cuts. I think I was less unless as it got revised. I think I was more accurate as it got revised, but there were things I cut, usually like boards, storyboards, here and there, which might get like uncut here, I guess, which might get, but I think because of the film's unfinished nature, people are weird about it. Like, they think it's a lot longer than it is, and they think it's a lot less finished than it is, because there's only about... I put together a reel of stuff that was really unfinished, or which I really needed to worry about in this new cut. And it's about 12 minutes, which isn't a ton. It's not nothing, but it's also not a ton. So, and I know of material which was finished or was in a more finished state, which we don't have. Like, if I had access to everything, there's material that we recreated for the recobbled cut, which is based on stuff that I know actually exists and which I've seen in other versions of the movie. But if I had access to absolutely everything, like there's stuff which was animated, which is not in the recobbled or in any version. And if I had access to everything, we could do a much better job of putting things together. But I don't, so tough shit, huh? Let's see, is this? I'm trying to see what. Yeah, no, I gotta do it. I gotta do those lines. I try to get the best of both worlds here by working digitally for the roughs, and then traditionally for the cleanup, because I can do a nice smooth line, whereas with the roughs I don't have to, and I can work digitally a little rougher. It would be a pain to get a really nice line digitally. Well, I'm afraid I don't. I do not agree about the Miramax cut. They really fucked up a lot of stuff. And I think it's nostalgia, and I just would rather not deal with that subject. What you're saying, I do hear a lot, but I don't like to hear it. I mean, it really is just nostalgia for a much worse version of the movie, and it's not a topic I would want to discuss. Sorry. I mean, I do have a certain respect for Jonathan Winters, but in this case, it wasn't. It ain't right. yeah, I'm not going to discuss that topic and would prefer that others don't. It's very far off at that point from what the film was intended to be, for a lot of reasons. Okay, so we do have one more tag from this scene to do. It wouldn't work anyway because the Arabian Night is based on The Princess and the Cobbler. And the thing about The Princess and the Cobbler is that there had been a concerted effort to cut the thief out of the movie early on, hence the title. And so a lot of the thief material is not covered by his unfunny ramblings. And was restored, most of the thief stuff was restored from reels which show an early version of the film. Because the thief stuff, came together before anything else, pretty much, for the most part. So we have a lot of that stuff with the thief in HD, and we're able to replace stuff which had been cut and stuff which hadn't. But, Calvert in The Princess and the Cobbler, which does not have a voice for the thief, or at least does not have that sort of voice for the thief. Princess and the Cobbler relegates the thief, in many cases, like there's just a reel of thief stuff in the credits. Yes, well, is that what's being asked? Like, Dick was going to make the movie longer? I really hate the are there things in the official movie release you think were done well, considering the circumstances? Not really. There's stuff that's better than others. Some of the scenes were animated by people who had worked on the actual movie or had some skill. Like there was like an ex-Williams team who did like the wedding and stuff like that. But it's not a lot, and even that has issues. So, there's stuff which it's always a hit. It's not always a huge hit in quality, but there's always some sort of drop in quality. And it's definitely a sliding scale where some stuff is just pathetic and other stuff is you might not notice that it's not. And then there's stuff which is just reshot for really stupid reasons, or elements are taken out for really stupid reasons, and the whole thing is just very frustrating. There's stuff that's worth using if you want to present the movie as a more complete product. Sure, there's lots of stuff which is worth using in a more complete edit of the film. Like for one example, the thief stealing the film at the end is not finished in the work print. It's in pencil test. So stuff like that, lots of stuff. But it's frustrating. Examining the Calvert versions of the film is extremely frustrating. As someone who cares about the film and its quality, because it was really not put together under circumstances where they were caring about the quality to that extent. And I think the better stuff in Calvert compared to the work print is stuff which was more or less finished as intended, and there's not a lot of that. There's stuff that they basically was almost already done by Williams, in which they finished, but a lot of times they made it worse somehow. There's a lot of stuff that's worth using, as I said, but it's always frustrating. Reshot can mean a lot of things. Oh, I've got to turn the camera back on. Hang on. Reshot can mean a lot of things. There were a lot of little changes that Calvert made which are like dumb. Like scenes were reshot with a different background, or censored in some way, or reshot so that there's not a zoom, so that it's all a close-up. It's really frustrating. Hang on. I don't trust this one, so I'm just gonna connect this one. It's the dumbest stuff too. It frustrates me. If I were to talk about shots which Calvert reshot with something fucked up in them, and they're still Williams shots, but like something was done wrong. It's frustrating. But I should have been covering. Okay, so we're back on. Actually, I'm gonna go for a moment and then I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. Somebody once told me. Soulful masterpiece from Guillermo del Toro. There are things that Calvert reshot to make minor changes for his continuity, which I had to rework, usually had to rework for the recobbled cut. And it's some of the most frustrating stuff I've had to work with. There's a scene where Tack is working, or kind of playing around with his cat's cradle, and Yum Yum, his legs are in the background, and Nanny Nurse comes in with her bananas. And Calvert reshot that so that Nanny doesn't have bananas, and there aren't flowers in the background. And I had to put the bananas and flowers back. That's something I did with the recobbled cut. It's stuff like that, which is not, it's very frustrating. There's a shot of the king saying, "Magicked the witch." He snaps his fingers. And that was originally a wide shot which zooms into a close-up. And then Calvert reshot it as two close-ups. And I had to try and recreate it, and we're going to do it again for the new version, time permitting. Like I had to put back the wide detail. And you lose the character of Gort in the background. And so the version of Gort that I did for the old recobbled cut was not especially accurate. And I'm trying to do a complete, a much more accurate version of that Gort animation. But that's tough, you know. And almost impossible to do without the original animation drawings. As it happens, once I'd already done one animation drawing for the sequence, I discovered that I had the key animation drawings for this sequence, because I'm pretty sure it was animated by Andreas Wetzel-Thurhorn. And yeah, I actually had the animation drawings of Gort from the sequence, the two keys. So, yeah, I'll probably just do a new animation. Also, as a film editor, can you go over what you had to do sound design-wise to do the recobbled cut? It's a hodgepodge of sources, which includes CD audio of the music sometimes. I would say it was a hodgepodge of sources. I might have to redo it somewhat because this new cut is probably a little longer here and there. Not much longer, but a little bit longer. It's a hodgepodge of sources like the visuals are, though, is what I'll say. I probably leaned pretty hard I didn't use anything from Arabian Night, I don't think, but I leaned hard on the work print and Princess and the Cobbler. God, these days you could use AI to separate the vocals and music, and I haven't tried that on this stuff. But it's also like, well, I'm not redoing the edit to that level, but that is probably how I would approach it now. If I were doing it, there would probably be some use of AI vocal separation, God help us. I know that when I did a restoration of a deleted scene from Star Wars, 1977 film, by George Lucas, in which the character of Han Solo meets the character of Jabba the Hutt, who's an Irish fellow. I did a restoration of that scene, and I would do vocal separation on that to remove some of the music, but it's not perfect. It's hard to do. Why is somebody frowning? Yeah, I would just say it's a hodgepodge of sources, like anything else. Since then, people have been asking that I replace some of the music again with new sources. Might do that. Might not. I would say that back then, the noise reduction used was more primitive on the audio. And as I recall, Christoph Nass, who did the video filtering work, he put an echo on the work print audio, which shows up in some of the product and is distasteful to some. Is there anything you need help with in this project that isn't drawing/animation related? I would say we need colorists and money, and some connections at Paramount. I'm not sure what you would be asking or expecting as a response to that question. Well, thank you, tall man, Vanitas. What we're doing here is mainly I'm redrawing existing storyboards. Sometimes, in some cases, I've done an in-between two storyboards. And I specifically chose these storyboard scenes as things that would probably in-between well, which wouldn't require such advanced animation skills. But mostly it's sort of it's a proof of concept to see how close we can actually get. To Richard Williams's quality and his style, his model. Because this was something I never did before. I didn't feel that I could actually get the quality required, and that it was kind of pointless to try without a budget, and that it would be a huge amount of work, and that this is the sort of thing you don't want to do unless you can do it really well. Like sometimes you'll see some kid on DeviantArt like saying, oh, I'm going to do the Thief and the Cobbler something cut. And it's just my cut with like their really bad art in it. And it's not good. Like you don't want to be that. And I had tried to do new art at one point, and it just hadn't worked out. So, but I think it's been 10 years since the Recobbled Cut Mark IV and 25 years since the Recobbled Cut Mark whatever. 25 years, God help us. And I thought I needed to do something special, or at least try to, and sort of see how this could maybe be a way forward. This cannot be the same. This is not the same frame. I don't know what that is, but it's not the same frame. I will get to your question in a minute. I'm looking at my unfinished material. This is the only Yum Yum scene I haven't done. I don't think I'm gonna yet. I'm leaving this to the very end, but I'm at the point. Christ, I'm at the point with this, excuse me. I'm at the point with this movie this stack of drawings where I'm almost done, actually. So I guess I am going to finish this. But I was sort of shuffling it around so that there's a scene with Yum Yum which gets moved to the very end because I wanted to do it less. How did I acquire a lot of the original storyboards, drawings, material, just in general? I had a lot of help from a lot of people who had worked on this movie back in the day. This in 2006. No, I'm not animating every single unfinished scene by hand with cell animation. I'm doing a certain amount of new animation. It's a small amount. I'm doing a small amount of new animation. I'm not animating every single unfinished scene. But I am, at the moment, I'm redrawing a certain amount of storyboards, which should give an idea of how these scenes could be animated, which would fill significant gaps. But we're not doing a lot. You know, we don't have money. In 2006, I had just finished a series of Star Wars DVDs, which had gone very popular, like fan edits. I had done Star Wars Deleted Magic, which is a documentary about how Star Wars was filmed and the deleted scenes of Star Wars, 1977, which was widely imitated. A lot of the stuff that I do gets imitated by other people, who tend to make money off of it when I really don't. I generally have not made money off of these projects, and then, 1,000 imitators come along for Star Wars Deleted Magic, and it seems like that's always the case, unfortunately. But I'd done this Star Wars documentary as well as Return of the Ewok and Star Wars Classic Edition, which was like a non-special edition version of the movies. I was maybe the first to do that. Other people did it afterwards, and I kind of took a lot of shit from that fandom for doing it, to the point where I was kind of chased out of that fandom at that point, and I stopped doing Star Wars discs. But there were a million imitators afterwards, and there always are. Everything I ever do, it seems like there's always imitators who make money a lot of times, or get careers out of it. which is a little frustrating because I need, I do need money to make some of this work. But anyway, I was posting, and I think the topic was, I don't know what Parker is trying to say. Is this like supposed to be? I can't read tone, but you've been very strange. There was a topic at a forum, which I think was like, if you could fan edit any movie, restore any movie, what would it be? And I said, nobody's going to have heard of this movie because nobody had at that point. I said, but The Thief and the Cobbler is a movie that was ruined in its official edit, much more than I think any movie ever. And boy, somebody really should fix that. Because I'd done edits, I'd done like a recobbled cut of that movie on analog in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Someone who had worked on the film then contacted me and said, it was someone who I knew because they were also doing like preservations and stuff of material. And they said, yes, someone should do The Thief and the Cobbler. Someone should restore The Thief and the Cobbler. And it should be you. And this guy said, I worked on The Thief and the Cobbler. I'm going to send you stuff which nobody has. And it should get you started. And so that was in 2006, beginning of 2006, that I started work on the first digital Thief and the Cobbler recobbled cut. And the thing is, this was not a movie that people knew outside of very niche animation circles. But the minute that I announced that I was doing this and put out like a rough version, people really came out of the woodwork because there were lots of people, everyone in the animation community sort of had an opinion about this movie. And there were lots of people who really wanted to see this movie finished, preserved, restored the way I was doing it. I remember that I handed the first version of the recobbled cut to Alex Williams. I met him at his house, who was Richard Williams' son, who had also animated Tack for the film. And I showed him a sample of it, and he said, oh my God, if we could really do this, it would be amazing. And I said to him, well, I have done it. I've cut it all together. And he said to me, no, if we could really do it. And I still don't know what he meant by that. Maybe he meant, officially and properly and with the actual full quality. But what then happened was I contacted like any animator I could find who had worked on the movie. And a lot of them had saved material. At the time it was generally believed that nothing had survived from this film that was available. But people had saved stuff here and there. And the fact that I was doing this became a lightning rod. But it was also very expensive for me because during that time I was trying to legitimize myself in the eyes of these people who had worked on the film. And these were older people at that point, or somewhat. Older than me, an older generation than me. So I was sending hundreds, thousands of free DVDs. Like, I was burning DVDs constantly of all the material. So anything people sent me, and the recobbled cut, of course, was always the main thing, but the stuff people sent me, all this rare material, I would then spread it out. I would send it forward to anybody, who was in animation or who had been involved in the film. And that was expensive. And at the time, there was sort of a developing fandom for this film, who, people hadn't really heard of it before what I was doing outside of niche animation circles, but people were really interested in the preservation aspect and in the film itself. And so I was able to get some funding, some donations to keep doing it, but it was tough. Like it was pretty expensive to transfer 35 millimeter film, which we did a few times, and to send out lots and lots of free DVDs and this and that. And, I did my best to try and balance it, and, whatever small amount of money was coming in, I tried to make it work so that I could keep sending out free DVDs to anybody, which would all be like DVD-Rs that might not play now. But it really, I think it got the word out, and it made people keep sending in. And people sent in a lot of stuff. Most people involved in the film didn't have anything that they saved. But anybody who did, I tried to get it and archive it and put it out there. In 2015, I think it was, I got a letter from Miramax, who were basically getting ready to not exist anymore, and they'd gotten bought out. Like Harvey Weinstein is now in jail or something. Well deserved, because he was a nasty fella. But the Miramax contacted me saying, we're getting bought out, and we've got materials from The Thief and the Cobbler. Who do we send them to? And I said, well, Dick Williams, the director, is still around. You should send them to Dick Williams. And I believe that's what happened. And I believe that what then happened the next year was that that material got donated by Dick Williams and what was left of Miramax to the Academy in Hollywood, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, who put on the Oscars and pass. And so the Academy now have Richard Williams' work print, which nobody knew that he kept, but they've got a digital version of his work print now. It's a different version of the work print. It's what's called A Moment in Time, and it has lots of problems, especially in the audio. It needs re-editing. But a fair amount of artwork from The Thief and the Cobbler. Nobody thought that much had survived, but a fair amount did. It's not enough. There's only a few things in that archive that would actually be useful in editing. But it is impressive what they have in the Academy now. Miramax contacted me because I know more about this film than anybody else on Earth who's alive, I think, probably. Or at least something like that. They contacted an expert, but the rights have apparently now gone to Paramount, and I can't get a hold of Paramount about this. Who are the main... How much time do you think it will take for the recobbled cut to be fully completed? The recobbled cut will never be fully completed, and I think we just have to be okay with that. Who are a better question is how much money would it take for the recobbled cut to be fully completed, and that would be in like the $100,000 range. Okay, you'd need you know, to produce a half hour of television, you'd want like $500,000. You'd want like $500,000. So you would want some actual money if we were doing this properly. But you'd also need rights and materials that we don't have right now. Who are the main contributors still? Are there any original animators still on board? All the new restoration pretty much was done by me. This artwork is done by me. We currently have a few animators on staff. Dennis Van Hout has done 3 shots. Kiko Pablo has done 2. Paige Lindsay has done 1. Chris Fern. We've the hands in the opening sequence were drawn by Andreas Wessel Thurhorn, who was one of the original animators on the film. I did talk to him about this, but he says he's very much done at this point and thinks I should be too. And I told him, no, actually we're doing an anniversary. But he drew the new hands in the intro that are in the Mark IV recobbled cut. That was 10 years ago. But, you know, it's mostly me. Because I don't have any money, so it's mostly me being stubborn and doing some additional work. We do have a few animators, and I would like to pay them. You know, if I had money, I would hire some like more veteran, more accomplished animators, I suppose. But that would probably also be more expensive. But we do have a few animators working on some stuff, and we'll see how that goes. The work that has been done so far by these other animators is wonderful. And that's what really inspired this new version, because Dennis Van Hout and Kiko Pablo had done a few new shots for the film, which are wonderful. And I said, well, these are up to standard. So actually, we probably could do some shots for the film which are up to standard. So it was very inspirational. But, you know, from that point on, it's been hard to get anything more done. So I'm just kind of, at the moment, I'm doing it, and we'll see. Because it's, you know, I put a call out for artists and for donations, and they're just, the artists who replied weren't really up to standard. So I reached out to some fan artists who already knew the characters, and to a couple of professionals. But we didn't get a lot of donations, and I think that would make a big difference. But it's also tricky territory. You know, you don't want to step on any toes. So I don't know. But this film, I don't know if this is still true, because Paramount owns it now, who probably has no such entanglements. But the film has traditionally been owned rights-wise by like Disney, who really wanted to suppress the film, did not really want this film out there. So it's never really had a home video release in a high quality, like usable form, so to speak. What drives you these days? Is it the accolades of your peers, or is it simply wanting to get it done? Really, neither. I mean, I'm not really getting accolades from my peers, and I have. I don't intend to finish the film. I don't have the money to finish the film. I don't have the materials to finish the film. But I'm doing it, I'm finishing it a little. Let's just put it that way. Can this film be fully completed? No. You could come very close if you had money that I don't think we'll ever have. But no, it can't be fully completed. I think you could come very close. But I would need access to materials that I don't have access to. And money. But what we are doing is really fucking cool. And that's what I'm doing. I think I just kind of want to see what can be done. What drives me these days in terms of this project is, as I said, there were a couple of animators who, entirely on their own, without input from me, did a couple of short new shots for this film. That inspired me. I thought, actually, we could do some material. But I'm not someone who has money, and it's a bit of a tricky subject since this film is not my property. I mean, I think everyone knows what I did with it, and that I've been a steward for it. And the people who do have the materials have always been so surprisingly they've very much recognized that. Like the Academy has recognized what I've done very much, and Miramax at the end was very aware of what I did putting this film together. But there's still whatever rights entitlements. But we're doing what we're doing. I don't know what fully but fully completed is not really, it's not my goal, and it's not really knowing what exists. It's not really a goal that we could have. But we could come pretty close. As I said, I wouldn't want to redraw scenes which were already animated, especially from really low quality material. Like the work print that we're working from. Now there does exist, the Academy does have a work print, like a digital transfer of the work print. In some places it looks worse than what we have, but for the most part it's HD, which we only have some. It's good, but I would need some rights before I could access that material, I think. At least in terms of putting it out there. So the copy of the work print that we're working from is very low quality. It's a U-matic. I call it the VHS work print because it's VHS-like, but it's U-matic, I believe. Your first assumption was the classic cease and desist. I'm not sure that we have. Well, no, it was not a cease and desist. This film is not something that, yeah, it was a bit niche then, you know. But Disney wanted to suppress the film because of Aladdin, basically. And I have spoken to the Academy, but who are very nice about the whole thing, and they said, you know, of course, we're very familiar with your work on this, and I might be working with them going forward, but on at least providing what we have. But you know, at the it's still something where I don't have the rights to the film. So what do you do when you're working with sources who need to do everything legally and by the book? And when that's probably never going to happen for this film, it's frustrating. You might have heard that I did a restoration of the 1993 Super Mario Brothers movie, which I hadn't seen before I worked on it. But I was hired, the Academy is familiar. This is quite a famous, the recobbled cut is pretty famous. Like, if you're dealing with this film, as they were, I mean, people were familiar with it, one way or the other. But yeah. Christ, what was I talking about? I made the mistake. I was talking about something. I blanked because I started reading the comments. I mean, I did a pretty famous version of this film. Like, if the people who've heard of this film now, a lot of times are heard about it because of this edit, you know. And that's good because this edit has always been intended to make the film more accessible, more watchable to people. And there's a lot of like prejudice against this film in the animation community because they'd already made their minds up about it based on like some inaccurate gossip about how out of control Dick Williams was. And some accurate gossip, but mostly inaccurate gossip. And so it's always hard to change their minds, but the people who heard about the film based on this edit, you know, they really understood. And it can be a little controversial. I think, you know, Dick Williams himself, I never quite figured out entirely what he thought about it, and I don't think he did either. But God, what was I talking about? I swear I had something that I was talking about. I read the comments and I blanked. I did. You know, I think so many animators were really supportive. So many people donated material or just support. We got a lot of donations back in the day. You know, all this was 10 plus years ago now. But it was good to know that we were doing a good thing because this film, whatever legacy it had really been tarnished, and we were I knew that regardless of what people's opinions were, we were doing something good for its reputation, and for film history, therefore. You were talking about the Mario movie. Oh, okay. The Gospel? That's weird. Why would you say Gospel? I was talking about the Mario movie, yes. The Mario movie, the 1993 Mario movie, which I hadn't seen before I started work on a restoration of it. I was paid to do that, and it was supposed to be an official release. Like, in theory, Disney was going to do an official American Blu-ray of the film. And then they didn't, and some of my contacts started behaving a little weirdly and kind of dragging their feet, and and it just, I was getting like a bad vibe and a lot of red flags from some of the contacts, and so it was not going to happen, unfortunately. So I leaked it, and everyone sort of treated it as like it was a fan edit, when really that was supposed to be an official Blu-ray release. But I could tell it was getting held up by something, by multiple things. Like, I don't think Disney was going to do a U.S. Blu-ray, but there were also other things. There was a vibe. So I just leaked it, and, you know, I got permission. You know, all the people I was working with, I said, can I leak this? If it's not going to come out. Like, I didn't just do it. I made sure that everyone was on board. And if they got pissed off, you know, they can get pissed off later, but I had to get them to agree at least. And that's good, because it's like, if you wait for this stuff, it never happens. Because we were trying to get the rights to the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie, which I restored. The Dick Williams, who directed The Thief and the Cobbler, also made the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie, or most of it. And that's been in rights hell for a long time, for a lot of reasons. And we were doing a restoration, but Steve Stanchfield of Thunderbean Animation, who does animation restorations, he was trying to figure out the rights to that for years. Now, rights are not my forte anyway, so I was not involved in those discussions. But he's summarized it many times and has just said he couldn't sort it. He couldn't sort the rights. And that's not a film that's been exploited in the digital era. There was never, like, there was a VHS release of Raggedy Ann, like, cropped back in the day, and but it was never released in widescreen. There was never, like, a digital edition, you know. Could you please give more detail? What was with the hushing of context? Why the sneakiness? About the Mario movie, I don't totally know what was going on. I do know that Disney never released a Blu-ray of it, though. There were other issues I won't go into, but that's a big part of it. It actually, there was an Australian Blu-ray of Super Mario Brothers, which had our work print on it, one of the transfers that we had done, but I insisted that they have done so we can have, like, it was a long period where I had to push to get, like, good transfers done of this VHS tape. So that's just slapped on the Blu-ray, but it's not my restoration, because my restoration, I think, wasn't done yet when they were or wasn't like even close to done yet when they were prepping that Blu-ray. But yeah, it was a weird situation. But that's about the closest. That was weird too, because I figured the music for the work print of Super Mario Brothers would be unclearable, but they apparently either cleared most of it or didn't care. Like, apparently they were able to clear most of that music. Weird, because I tried to minimize that music in my cut for a lot of reasons. Partly because it's like just rubbish use of Danny Elfman and this and that. And the music in the final movie is pretty rubbish too. So, but yeah, I would never have thought they could clear that music, and they cleared it for that work. Weird. I saw your video about working on another version of Mark IV of the recobbled cut, version 2. Is that right? Yes. Yes. That is something that I've been working on. I put out a version of it a year ago, which no one's ever going to see. But I'm working on a version which will hopefully you'll be able to see some of it soon. But at this point, we're kind of leaving things open a little so we can work on some new animation. Of all the scenes that were worked on and or final, how many unfinished scenes from the recobbled cut were finished so far, and how many more were left? I don't fucking know. When it comes to rights, Walt Disney... yeah, okay. I did a new version of the restoration of The Thief and the Cobbler. That was what I was working on the last few months. I did a Twitter thread about it. It's not out yet. I haven't edited it together, but I re-restored I think about 50 minutes of scenes, quite a lot. Which doesn't mean that that's going to be 50 minutes of the actual edit. It'll probably be like 20-30 minutes, but it's a lot. Of all the scenes that were worked on in final, how many unfinished scenes from the recobbled cut were finished so far, and how many more are left? I don't know. None. What do you think the rating would have been from The Thief and the Cobbler? I don't know. I really don't know. The Calvert version censored some stuff. They got cold feet about some stuff. I don't know. It's the MPAA ratings never made a lot of sense and have a lot to do with how much clout you have in the industry. So and all the stuff in The Thief and the Cobbler is sort of suggestive. So it really depends on whether they notice that it's suggestive. Right. There's just a lot of stuff like that is questionable, but you don't know if they'd question it or not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I mean, a lot of people die in the movie. There's sexual innuendo. There's, all this was cut from Calvert, or a lot of it was cut from Calvert, but it's stuff that could pass under the radar and probably would have passed under the radar, but I can't really speculate. Did all the animators worked hard on this movie? No, none of them did. And they're all dead now. somebody ask me a real question. Okay. I've got to fill in this a little, don't I? Drink this, I did. I gotta watch my neck. I have like a neck. I had a neck problem which took me out for a week, not too long ago. So get a little bit. How do you feel about your drawings being spliced in? Do you feel any kind of imposter syndrome? It's hard to say this in text. I mean it as lovingly as I can. We'll see. I haven't done it yet. I try very hard to reach the appropriate level of quality. And I don't know if that's for me to decide. But this has been a little bit experimental, but it's also the culmination of a lot of kind of baby steps, seeing if this would work. So I'm pretty confident that this will work, is the thing. I remember someone was just for no reason in the Thief and the Cobbler Cobbled Facebook group, someone said, "Oh, I was bored, so I've colored in this Calvert storyboard of Tack." And I said, "Well, that's pretty good, but here's my notes on what," because there's some stuff that's off model, so it's this and this and this. Because I've been doing this for a while, and I don't think I've never had imposter syndrome, really, because I'm underrated. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but my talents have never really been appreciated to the level that they should. And so I'm very tired. But imposter syndrome doesn't really enter into it. I'm not Richard Williams. I'm not like that skilled, and I don't really have a background in animation. I don't really have those skills. So I'm being pretty careful about what I'm doing here. I'm trying to stay within my lane of what I can do to an extent. So what I'm working on, I say this, like this frame is not in the work print at all, but usually we are working from Richard Williams drawings, and this is probably from like a, this might be from a Cobbler drawing actually. This one is a bad example, but I'm trying to work as closely as I can from the real thing, and we'll see how it goes. But I was also spending a lot of time doing, the last few months, I was doing in-betweens for like Calvert scenes and restorations of Calvert scenes and stuff. And that stuff is rubbish. It's really not on model. And my stuff is better than that. So we'll see. There's definitely... It's a difficult, they're very detailed characters, and they're deceptively simple in a way which makes them difficult. But I have been sitting with this stuff, and it was all a lot of baby steps, because when I it's baby steps because I did a coloring book of this material, of Thief and the Cobbler material, not too long ago. And that was largely tracing material of very varying quality, but usually was the better quality stuff that I could find from this film, like better quality pencils. And, you know, if I could do that, I could do this. You know, it's that sort of thing. It's like, if I can do that, I can do this. And it was also, there's something that Dick Williams had his animators do, which was laser focus on an individual character for a while. Whose voice is in your head once working and some isn't quite working? Have you been doing this so long it's your own voice, or do you imagine Richard? I do not imagine Richard, and I don't worry too much about something being wrong at this point. There's a difference between this and the original production, is that we do have digital tools now. And part of what's impressive about the original film is what they did without digital tools that would have made some of the filming a lot easier. And I feel that if I can reach a certain level of quality, we can fix mistakes. We can fix big mistakes. So I'm not that worried about that. Like I know I'm going to do a few days of digital where I go in and correct things. But like Richard wouldn't have really wanted this to be done in this way, and we're kind of freed from worrying too much about that. But it's more about trying to find the essence of the character and figure out these rules that Richard may not have passed on. I mean, he didn't pass on the rules about how to draw these characters, to my knowledge. And maybe some of the original animators know, you know. So I'm curious if, but I haven't really wanted to bother them with that. But, you know, maybe we'll find out, like these little, maybe someone will say, oh, it's not, it shouldn't be that way. I'll say something. When I posted the Thief and the Cobbler Recobbled Cut Facebook group is our banner image is of the wedding scene at the end of the film, which was animated by people who had worked with Richard, but it was done under Calvert, and it's not completely accurate to what it should be. And someone commented, oh, that's so off model. That's so off model. And I said, well, it's in the film. And anyway, Tech's model is different at that point anyway. I think you might be judging a character who's supposed to change. But it was funny. And I remember Dennis Van Hout has been animating a scene of Yum Yum for me. But for us. And I've otherwise been animating Yum Yum for this, doing all the new boards and really focusing on her character a lot. So I was sending him stuff saying, okay, this is how I draw her ears, this is that. And I think he got a little frustrated with me because he DM'd me back and said, you know, I think that model. Can I give you some constructive criticism, because I think that's off model, and it's her face is too flat the way she's turning. And I said, I'm pretty sure that's a Dick Williams. I know that's a Dick Williams drawing, and I'm pretty sure it's really accurate. Like, that's from the model sheet. So you're criticizing something as off model when it's on the model sheet, which is good. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm correcting. I'm at that point too, where I'm correcting Dick Williams's storyboards to an extent, because I've learned some of these rules about how she's supposed to be done. It's like, I'm like, oh, her ear is actually like this, and it's like this and like this. So you just keep going at it until you learn a few things. But I'm curious if the actual animators, you know, this is sort of a proof of concept where we can kind of see if it works, I suppose, before we go farther. But it's pretty close. Like, I know that I can look at this up close and say, but it should be close enough, you know. That's the goal. Maybe like a little worse quality, but pretty close. How can you deal with frustrations and mistakes? I don't get frustrated like about this stuff so much. Like, a mistake is just like you put a line in the wrong place and I'm like, oh, I'll fix it later. I'm tired, you know. I'm exhausted and I'm burnt out most of the time. That's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with like health issues, but I'm not dealing with a frustration about putting a line in the wrong place. Like, it's like, who gives a shit? You know, partly because I've been doing this for 25 years. Both The Thief and the Cobbler and this sort of artwork I've been doing for 25 years. God. But also, you know, you're going digital, so it doesn't matter that much as long as the overall standard of quality is pretty good. And sometimes there are drawings where I really can't get it done. But that's usually because the reference is vague. And like, there were some things with the brigands that I think anything to do with the brigands was really tough, because the model is just hard to figure out and kind of loosely defined in what reference we had. But that's usually not like, I'm not getting frustrated at that. It's more like I'm tired, you know, and it's hard to get all this done, and we'll just see. But I'm not really thinking about that so much as trying to get a lot of work done, and we'll see how it looks when we're done. I think a big thing is that this stuff will a big thing with this stuff is that it'll look a lot better in color, and I don't know if we'll actually get to color or how soon we'll get to color. And I can do a lot more with it when it's in color. That also means you've got to say it's finished and doesn't have mistakes. But when it's in color, that's really the missing link that covers up a lot of what would be the issues. Like the color stuff that I did for the coloring book, which wasn't a lot. I didn't go in because it's really hard to color this stuff. That's a lot of work. Just doing Yum Yum's veils is giving me nightmares. And I haven't started yet. But that stuff, it starts to look a lot more like the real thing when you're doing the color for it. Do you find it awkward being in your kind of leadership position, having to tell others close to the material what's off, or is it just it is what it is kind of a thing where it's not emotional? Well, we'll see. I feel very lucky to have been in that position at all with Dennis, that I'm figuring out the model and can say, I did say to him that him and the other animators, Paige, Lindsay especially, that it's tough for me to say what is right and wrong with this material because I'm not as skilled an animator, and I'm trying to rise to that. You know, I'm an illustrator. I haven't done a lot of animation. And it's something I've kind of tiptoed around for many years. I was directing an animated film in 2019 when the pandemic hit, which will never happen now, I'm afraid. And I did a lot of work on that, which just kind of went down the toilet. And they stopped paying me. But I have struggled in that I want to know what's wrong when it's wrong. Dennis did a version. I shouldn't be getting this personal about it. But Dennis did a version is doing a shot of Yum Yum, and it wasn't right when he first did it. And I was trying to explain what made it not right, and that's hard for me to suss out. And I still don't know if we're doing exactly the right thing with it. What we've done now is better. And it's just sort of a talk about, well, is it over-animated now? Because it was under-animated before. That was the issue. She wasn't really doing anything. It's what Dick Williams would describe as features sliding over a face. Like it wasn't ready in that way yet. I shouldn't get this personal, but it's hard for me in the sense that I don't have those skills of an animator, and I'm trying not to lead these people astray. And I do feel lucky to be in that position at all, where I'm but you know, I've been a film director, so I know how to direct people. And the trouble with directing animation is just that there's a lot I don't know about animation, and I think someone else would be better qualified. But I'm who we've got, so this is what we're doing. You know, I think if we had a budget, I would hire people who've been animating on huge features since the 90s. How much went into restoring the 35mm prints? Do you mind elaborating on the film side of this whole journey? The film prints, it's a little controversial at this point because, well, we don't have a film print, for one thing, of the film. Like, I've never been allowed to have, like, access to a print of Arabian Night or Princess and the Cobbler or A Moment in Time. If you could do that, you could have a quasi-finished, like, recobbled cut, you know. If you had access to those prints, you wouldn't have to do that. What we do have, I'm going to get some, if I have to say this, I'm going to finish this thought. I'm going to get some to drink. Yeah. Actually, let me put up the, I'll be back in a minute. I'll talk about the 35mm. Okay, I'm back. Are there masters, a specific material that says this is what this looks like, or is it more so based off a huge amount of material and creating a sort of medium or average? It's a hodgepodge. It's not consistent. I've said that this is the most complicated restoration of independent restoration of any film ever attempted. because it is such a hodgepodge of different sources, some of which didn't exist before we got hold of them, and all of which didn't exist in this form before we got hold of them. The film has never been issued in what I would call high quality on home video. There are DVDs which are very cropped of both Calvert versions. There's a VHS / U-matic source for the work print, which is pretty low quality, but it's a lot better than what we had, but it's pretty low quality. The Academy has an HD version of the work print, which is not available. I mean, I could go and watch it, but you can't. And I don't have the rights to do anything with it, apparently. I mean, we'll see, but there's never been like an HD release of Arabian Night or The Princess and the Cobbler. We've never gotten hold of a film print of these films. The home video releases we're working from are terrible, are just obviously terrible. Like, the colors are all wrong. They're all blown out. It's oversaturated. It's undersaturated. All the highlights and lowlights are gone. And then what we also have is 35 millimeter. And what we have in 35 millimeter is like 50 minutes maybe. It's more than that, but it makes up about 30 minutes of the recobbled cut, because there's deleted scenes in there, and there's pencil tests, and there's whatever that doesn't actually get used. But so we have reels of parts of the movie, mostly the parts that were done first before the Warner Brothers production. And mostly there's a couple of reels that we got like on eBay separately, and which I think we control. I think Helga Bernhardt still owns those. And the German trailer, though I don't think that was actually of any use. And the main source in 35 millimeter is something that I've called the KA reels, because an animator fished them out of the Gene McCurdy's trash at Warner Brothers. She was just getting rid of the material and wasn't interested in it. And they were the reels that Dick originally used to sell the project, to Warner Brothers. There's some stuff in there from the Warner's production, so it's not exactly that, but that's mostly what it is. It's an early version of the film, mostly from the reels that were used to sell the idea to Warner Brothers. So it's stuff from the early production for the most part. A lot of thief stuff. The thief's adventures are very much present in this material, and other stuff very much is not, because anything with like the Cobbler and the Princess was worked on later. So that's material that I first became aware of in 2008? Or was it 2007? Well, when we did Raggedy Ann and Andy, that was 2007, wasn't it? It was. Okay. So I worked with a film restorationist and with that animator. And that fellow was the issue with it is that that animator didn't want to let the material out of his sight for very understandable reasons. So he was also involved. And so, and it was also expensive. It was something I had to crowdfund for among the fans and say, okay, can you get us a few $100s, like $1,000, whatever it was, so we can actually do this. Was a couple $1,000? I don't remember anymore. So we can do this. And we went to a place called Crest Digital in Los Angeles, and they completely fucked it up. They just did a terrible job. And that was what I had to work with for a long time. That animator had also had a copy of Raggedy Ann and Andy, 1977, which is better than any copy of Raggedy Ann and Andy I've ever seen. We own multiple prints of Raggedy Ann and Andy, and I did a restoration of it based on some of the other prints. But his print is better, but unfortunately the Crest Digital transfer was bad in so many ways and hard to deal with in so many ways. But that was what became the first and only ever release of The Little Island, Dick Williams' first film. That's how we got The Little Island released. Wow. And it was the first ever release of Raggedy Ann and Andy, the 1977 film. And it was the first ever release of The Thief and the Cobbler KA reels. But it was all standard definition. It was all like really low quality JPEGs, because Crest Digital just fucked it all up. They just did not listen. And at the time I was using a codec, which was JPEG adjacent. So they thought I wanted lots of little JPEGs, and it was such a pain to deal with. But the transfer was pretty bad for a lot of reasons. It wasn't cropped right. It wasn't exposed right. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. But that was the recobbled cut Mark III, and that was also the original release of Raggedy Ann and Andy, and the only release to date of The Little Island, at least to the public. I think the Academy has that, but the BFI probably, but the only version you can get is the one we did back then. And I wanted to redo Raggedy Ann and Andy for many years, and we eventually did. Helga Bernhardt eventually rescanned some stuff, other prints. But they were in much worse shape, so I had to do a lot more restoration work because they were in a lot worse shape, unfortunately. Whereas, because the thing was, I didn't want to bother that animator again, you know? Because he had to be there with his prints, and when we wanted to redo the Thief and the Cobbler reels in HD back in, 2011, 2012 for the recobbled cut Mark IV. And so I had to negotiate this with him. And he said, well, God, because at that time I wasn't in Los Angeles anymore. I'd left, so I couldn't supervise it. Because Los Angeles makes me sick, and I am back in Los Angeles County now, and it's making me sick, and I have health problems. But I had left at that time for a while, for a few years. I came back in end of 2015 during a very desperate time in my life. So I had to negotiate with that animator about how do we transfer this in HD when I can't supervise it and you need to supervise it. And I just had, And the other restorationist lives in the Midwest, and it was like one of us is on the East Coast, one of us is on the West Coast, one of us is in the Midwest. Anyway, what happened was the animator, I don't really remember super well anymore, so this might be a little vague. What I remember is that the animator had some transfers done, which we crowdfunded for again. We tried to, and it was obviously it was effort. Like, it was something he had to do. Like, I wasn't even there, and I felt bad about the whole situation. And the results were really bad. Like, whoever did it screwed it up. And so he sent the material to the restorationist in the Midwest. He had to actually let it out of his site. This one-of-a-kind, like, version of the Thief and the Cobbler material. He had to let it out of his site, which he didn't want to do. And have it sent to the Midwest, and they fucked it up. Like, it was too dark. It was way too dark. It was compressed. All of the War Machine scenes with the Thief and the War Machine were just too red, too dark, had no detail left. And that was that. Like, because we'd had it mailed out to the Midwest back and forth, and that was the last I could do. So it was kind of like, I just didn't want to keep bothering this animator. So when we were doing Raggedy Ann and Andy again, we had so many other prints of it that we were like, oh, we don't need to bug him. We'll do it from our own prints. But our own prints weren't as good. So I had to do a lot more restoration work because there was a lot more damage this time around. But I will say that anything that was damaged in the old print, there's a little give and take there. But mainly it was not a great situation. But I'm a good film restorationist, so I was able to work with it, with Raggedy Ann and Andy, and make it work. But it was in bad shape. It really was. And I think that's the only area where Femboy Films stepped in, or this pretty famous film restorationist outfit. Helga Bernhardt, who's a film restorationist, he's in New York. I wanted to do the Raggedy Ann restoration with him for ages, and he did some other stuff for, like, the Thief archive generally, some, like, more obscure stuff, and some of the Thief versions. But we'd gotten hold of about 6 prints of Raggedy Ann and Andy, and so we had choices. We had choices about what material we could use, but I also sort of overestimated how good the material was, because it was in worse shape, unfortunately, than we'd had to work with in 2007 when we did it with KA. But the Thief and the War Machine and the general quality of the KA reels has been something people have complained about. Like, people have said, the Thief and the War Machine it's lacking in detail, it needs restoration. It's difficult too, because I spent years, certainly months, but I would say years, restoring this material, because this is all work print type stuff, which is not in good shape. So it needs frame by frame restoration to get rid of dirt and splices. So it's kind of like if you got a bad transfer and you're stuck with a bad transfer, it's kind of a depressing situation to be in, So I was restoring the KA reels that we did in HD in 2011 or whatever for this edit. and not feeling great about it. They look a lot better than they did. I did like noise reduction and channel rejiggering of some kind, reworking what the channels were. But the moment in time, the work print that the Academy has is also bad. It looks bad. It looks worse than what we did, and like what we did is not that great, you know. So not spectacular. It's something where we really need someone to do something that they're not going to do, which is actually go through the material and give us a good transfer of Arabian Night, and then we can see what we can do. Like a good transfer of Arabian Night would be sort of something to work with. But what the material I'm working with is extremely flawed. I mean, to put it mildly, is extremely flawed. Like I'm working from an obscure Korean or Japanese. Was it both? I think it was like an obscure Korean or Japanese DVD that was where all the highlights are blown out, and it's just generally looks bad. I was doing work recently. I was making stuff into HD using the cropped Miramax DVD, which is too dark and it's dark and saturated and just generally looks bizarre. And it's full of dot crawl and interlacing errors and digital video noise reduction errors. It's garbage. Every release of this film is garbage, and I've had to just treat them as raw material. And I guess people just don't know what I had to put up with because they haven't had to do it. But I've made magic out of garbage in terms of the sources that I've actually had for this film. And that's frustrating, like working for a long time on like a transfer that I know is kind of subpar. But to actually get a transfer that is up to standard would mean it'd be more expensive, but it would be like done in a more official capacity, which is not going to happen. So it's been tough. It's like been trying to do wonderful things without a lot of support, or at least without that kind of support that would make maybe that situation easier to deal with. And I reached a point with the recobbled cut, certainly by the Mark III, where what I was doing was so complicated that I could no longer explain it in a way that I think normal people would listen to or understand. And, the question was about imposter syndrome, and I don't really get that because as I was saying, I think my talents have been very underrated over the years, and because I'm pretty cautious about what I'm doing. Less so with this, but this feels a little experimental. Like I know that I'm not like a world-class animator, but and I don't really know these characters as well as I could, I suppose. But after all this time, after 25 years of working with this film and of 25 years of being an artist, I'm willing to give it a go and see how it goes. I think the imposter syndrome only kicks in if like other people are estimating you. As being better than you are, and that's not something I run into, unfortunately. I think I'm very underrated. But I do understand that when I'm working on this film, I'm punching above my weight. Because I haven't worked as an animator in this way, and these are difficult characters to work with. But I'm being pretty careful about what I'm doing. I'm not. I don't know how obvious that is from what I'm doing, but I'm being kind of careful about what I'm choosing to do in a way that will hopefully, it's all stuff that I think I can pull off. And I think that time would be really the only problem. And time is money. But time would be the main issue. Like, it might not be obvious from there, but from this situation, but I'm being pretty careful about what I'm choosing to work on, and it's all stuff that I think would come together more easily than other stuff anyway. But I don't know. I think I'm very imposter syndrome is like when other people, when you're promoted above your station maybe, or you really have to live up to a certain level of quality, and people think you can do it maybe, and you don't think you can do it, and that's not the situation. In terms of explaining what I'm doing, like behind the scenes and this and that, I did a lot of posting about it at my website, and I've been doing a Twitter thread kind of explaining what I'm doing on the new restoration to an extent, but I think there's only so much that I know. I was going to do a video about it, and then I didn't. Like, I started a video and then I didn't, because it was more work to do the video explaining it, than to keep doing it, to just do it. It's extra work to explain it, but it's also like, I think there's a certain level to which people can listen to or understand this sort of stuff, and it was just not. I mean, considering the kind of questions I get, I don't think people are actually getting. I don't think that there's a very deep level of understanding a lot of times. I don't know. And maybe it's not that interesting either, because a lot of it's just, but it's a massive amount of work, and I think I'd like that to be understood, that I was really doing a massive amount of frame-by-frame work. Like on this new version, I was going frame by frame and removing dirt from large sections of the movie and having to decide, well, what am I not going to work on? Because, there's only so much time, but what am I actually going to work on to make it work? And the sort of complex ways that I found to do that work in a smarter way, but it was still really going frame by frame by frame by frame and remaking a movie, it was always just this massive amount of work, and it's very isolating, it's work that I'm just kind of doing it. You feel a little alone when you're doing it. And I don't expect people to get it, but they can maybe see the final product and get it. But it's like, this is a restoration that has gotten a lot of praise, but I don't know to what extent people get the restoration part of it or understand that part of it. The people are certainly happy to put their own name on the movie. That when every shot that they're showing is my version, and you'll see it on YouTube with somebody else's name on it. But it would also be hard to explain what was done to those shots to restore them. Like the thread about the Mark III, which is an older version of the edit, goes on for ages. It goes on forever, Anyway, upscaling the material. Can they do color correction to the film during restoration? I mean, if the transfer is bad, there's only so much you can do. And that was always the issue with the Thief in the War Machine sequences, because the transfer is so bad that the quality just wasn't there anymore. It's difficult material anyway. And, I haven't seen The Moment in Time digitally, but when I saw it projected, that also was a disappointment. But I could definitely, if there were ever somehow an official release, I could make something work, but it would be a lot of work. Yeah, you'd have to, and that's why I said I'd never do a Mark V. Well, removing the film dirt frame by frame, that was very much my territory for the past few months, and that's kind of what I've been doing. I was also doing new in-betweens and new frames a lot of times, and reworking scenes and stuff, new effects, but a lot of it was removing dirt on a frame-by-frame basis. Because when you're working with animation, unfortunately, I think Film by Films probably has better tools actually than I have. The tools I have are old and they do not cope well with animation. So I just kind of had to barrel through and do it. Difficult. But in terms of upscaling the material, I've not yet been impressed by what I've seen. Like Topaz is not very good at this, and I don't know. I hear better things about the ES-GAN. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, that does seem better. But here's the thing: we're working with lower quality material than you probably think we are. So all those like upscale and restoration projects you see for animation is all like things which had a better DVD release than we had. And I find that, you know, people have come up to me about like AI stuff, like AI upscaling. And a lot of times it's just like, oh, you've already done this. And so you've already trespassed on what I'm doing and you're being a dick about it, so I'm not in the mood. Whereas I think if they approached me to begin with, maybe we could discuss it. But I think that like there was a case like this where someone was doing an upscale and I was kind of pissed off about it. And then I realized that their work was actually better than I was used to, at least. But I tried to backtrack a little, but I was already, I think, just pissed off, so they weren't in the mood anymore. But I don't know. I deal with a lot of bullshit. Like people like to just take the stuff that I've done and restore it and like try to steal it and like say they did it, and like you'd think that wouldn't work with The Thief and the Cobbler because people kind of know. But my actual point was that the AI upscales I saw of The Thief and the Cobbler were not good, and you were losing detail, this and that. It wasn't working out. Because I was doing a few shots like as HD remakes from using a couple different sources to try and rebuild a shot. And what Topaz was doing is with stills is not great. I've seen stuff that comes closer, so but I also think that, I mean, for one thing, if it's not something I can do, then it's not getting done right now. You know, it's literally any time that I have to rely on somebody else, it's like I give them an assignment, I say, can you do this? And then, you know, you never hear from them again, or mostly. But, you know, I've started doing it on purpose, because if I want to get rid of somebody, I'll just give them something to do. Because they'll never fucking do it. But it's also like I don't want to do an upscale which is worse, and which I can't undo later. But it's also like I'm still working on the edit, like up till this point. And so, and I'm not working with anybody who can do the upscale, and I don't think I could do the upscale right now anyway. So it's like, I don't know. It's fucking. I mean, so far anybody's attempt to upscale just feels like, you know, you're going to do a really crap upscale of one scene, and it's like you're reposting my material. Great. That's brilliant. And that wouldn't be bad in like theory, but a lot of people have ruined it for other people, you know. like, I don't know, when I was doing the Super Mario Brothers movie restoration, I got a lot of death threats and harassment. And when you do anything on the internet, when you accomplish anything on the internet, it drives people crazy with jealousy, no matter what it is. And there's people who just will steal it. And there's people who will threaten you over it and say, like, how dare you monopolize The Thief and the Cobbler, which I could totally have done what you spent 8 years doing, except, I didn't. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's doubly stupid because these are projects where, I literally just spent years beavering away, restoring a film, putting all this work into it, and it's like, I didn't get like money and fame and the career as a filmmaker that I was supposed to have, in theory. I didn't, like, this didn't do anything for me. I got blacklisted from the industry for doing this, I'm sure. And it's just like, weirdos will send you death threats because they're like, oh, you did this, and it makes me feel inadequate, basically. Ooh, boy. So if I'm ever weird about this kind of stuff, it's because of that. Because, like, the chat gets weird a lot of times, and the emails I get, not frequently, but frequently enough to stick in the mind, I guess. We're super weird. I mean, when I was doing Super Mario, it was a work print that these guys didn't have. And in the work print trading community, they're like these old right-wing men who've been trading the same shitty VHS work prints around for since the 90s, and they're desperate for anything new. So I got nothing but death threats because I was working on restoring that work print, and I wasn't putting it out officially. And some fucker leaked it anyway. Which also was a factor in why I leaked my edit, because it was like, well, it's out there anyway in like a really bad version. But I would get these death threats about the Super Mario Brothers movie from like these Trump guys. It's always Trump guys. It's not always Trump guys, but it's worse when it's Trump guys. And it was just like, it was the N-word, it was emojis, it was slurs, it was this and that. But it was also like this guy built a whole mythology about me. Like he would just say, he would act like he and I were in close contact, and he would make up stories, and it was just whatever he could do to say, like claim that this work print had already leaked, and so he would announce his own version of this, and people do that with The Thief and the Cobbler too. Like if I say I'm doing a new restoration, there'll be like, somebody with 2 followers will say, oh, I'm also restoring The Thief and the Cobbler. Here's my trailer, which is your trailer, which is all my footage. But it's got somebody else's name on it. But that was what happened with the Mario Brothers movie, that this guy was just kind of making up a whole mythology which was designed to act like the material had already leaked, so I should just send it to him. These guys were desperate for this, and it was just death threats nonstop for a long time. But it's like, I was working on an official Blu-ray restoration of the Mario Brothers movie. And these were just a bunch of like racist, like Nazis on Reddit. It was really like, there's always fucking something that ruins it, And I said earlier that it's like, you can't really troll me because I've just dealt with so much bullshit at this point. It doesn't faze me. Like, and it really doesn't. So I just kind of get on with the work, but I do wish people had more appreciation, because people they kind of just think that doing this stuff is like as easy as watching it, and or for jealousy, when I'm not really in touch with these younger fandoms anymore, because I'm 42. But I've tried to join like Discord servers to try and talk about my work, and a lot of times I find out that like there's already a negative opinion of me there because this one person has been making drama videos about you, and it's like somebody who I don't know but is like obsessed with me, And when I joined this Discord server, and there were people there who'd been talking shit about me at every mention of my name for years in that server, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? So I asked, because I'd been in the server for a little bit before I figured out what was going on, and it was the weirdest thing. It's like, why? Like, where does this come from? And I started asking the people, and like, why are you ripping off my work? Why are you like reposting my restorations? Why are you saying that I'm outside your house with a gun right now? Why are you saying that like I was attacking you or whatever you're making up? Like, I don't know who you are, and I don't understand why every single mention of my name on this server for years now has been you making up some story about me that's negative, and I don't know who you are. And I'm not going to remember who you are in 5 minutes because I deal with so much bullshit on social media like we all do. And, it's weird because nobody's talking to me about this shit. But like, you go into some of these servers and people have just been making shit up about me. And it's like, why? And I asked, because I wanted to know. And because they're like, oh, you're in this server now, so we can't actually talk shit about you because you're a member. But we would have made fun of you before. And the person just said, I was jealous. I was a teenager, and you had done these restorations that I was kind of obsessed with, and so I started saying that this and that and the other thing about you because I was jealous, and I didn't know you, didn't know anything about you, but that was it. It was just jealousy. I was like, really frustrating. And in another case, it was the jealousy, but it was also like somebody had asked me a question that I thought was stupid, as people do, and but it wasn't stupid to them. And so they just held a grudge. Like I don't know what people are like on the other side, And I get a lot of kind of weird questions. So somebody had asked me a weird question, and I was jokey. I gave like a jokey response because I don't give a shit. But they didn't really understand why it was a dumb question, and they hated me for years after that, and that really stuck with me because it was like it was an interaction that I hadn't thought a lot about, and with some of these people it like becomes their obsession for years that this random person like couldn't answer their question once on Facebook. But it was like, to me, it was just somebody asking like a really weird kind of dumb question. But from their side, like they'd hyped it up to this Discord server and hyped it up in their mind, like they were finding the Holy Grail, and they were like, "I know the source for this. I've discovered a name like Garrett Gilchrist," and like so it was like they thought they were being Indiana Jones by messaging me on Facebook, whereas I've been on the internet, very easy to contact for a very long time. But like they had only just heard of this, and they had hyped this up as being something really special, that they were going to really get the answer to an important question. And they asked me like the dumbest question, but they didn't. It would have taken some time to explain why it was a dumb question, right? Like that, and it broke the guy's heart for years. It broke the guy's heart for years, and I had no idea. I had no idea. And like, I try not to be rude, but I don't know what's going on in your heads. If you're being weird, you're being weird, and people are weird. Christ. It was this thing, I'd done a restoration of, or tried to do a restoration of the soundtrack to Rock and Roll, which never came out because of rights reasons, the soundtrack. But I knew a journalist who had a cassette tape of it, and of a soundtrack, and the cassette tape was broken, but it was something he'd been mailed as a promo, and we managed to get him to do a transfer of it, so we were able to get some version of it, but the tape was broken enough that some of the tracks were in really bad shape, I'm afraid. But it was like I never had the actual tape in my possession. We just got like a transfer of it done by him, and like that was that. And like I can't keep bugging these guys. Like I'll bug somebody, and we'll get a hold of something rare, and I can't keep bugging it. But anyway, the person who emailed me was on Facebook was obsessed with what the packaging of that cassette was. And the thing about Rock and Roll is there was never any, I don't think that cassette had any packaging. And if it did, it would have just been the poster, like a Xeroxed version of the poster, which is really common. And I don't know why this person was so hyped up about seeing what the packaging was and like getting hold of this. And like he was convinced that I had that in my possession, and I hadn't at any point. Like otherwise I would have tried harder to get a better. So it was like, he was like, "So can I see it? Can I see what that cassette looked like?" And I was like, "No." Like, and to him that was like I was saying no when I owned that cassette. But from my point of view, I had asked somebody, I'd asked an older fellow for something really rare from his collection, and he'd given us a transfer of it, and that was the end of that interaction. So, but he'd been hyping this up to his Discord server like he was finding something amazing lost, and all he had to do was talk to Garrett Gilchrist. And it's like, from my point of view, I don't know that. I don't have that context that this is amazing to you, but it's not. And like, I could explain to you why it's not. And like, I've already released the best version of that I could under the circumstances. It's the weirdest fucking thing. But it's always like that, and you never know. And then somebody like starts a YouTube channel about murdering Garrett Gilchrist or whatever, and runs it for 10 more years. And that's kind of been my experience. And And some of them, you know, are pretty popular, so you're doing something right. But it's weird, like people will kind of make up stuff. Like the result of that was just like when my name was mentioned in lost media circles, they would just make something up about me. And it's weird, like I feel like I'm pretty isolated and people aren't really coming to me about this. Because I'm 3 times your age for one thing. So I'm not bothering these kids, but they're either too nice about me or they're not nice enough. I think there's a certain in between where you gotta have a little respect, I guess, because I'm happy to help, and I think I've been. The weird thing is that people who smear my name, the most common thing that people use to smear my name is Garrett has this but won't release it. And the reason they say that is because everything I've ever had, I've released. And like your source for anything The Thief and the Cobbler is me. So if there's anything else that might conceivably exist, it has to be my fault that it's not out there, right? But people hate crediting somebody. It drives certain people up the wall if they would have to say, oh, Garrett Gilchrist did this, you know. Garrett Gilchrist is the source for this, Garrett Gilchrist did the restoration, this and that. And with The Thief and the Cobbler, that's harder to ignore because I spent, 9 years doing this. And everybody knows that I spent 9 years doing this. So people who upload Thief and the Cobbler stuff to YouTube will do it like in a fuck Garrett Gilchrist kind of way, because they don't like crediting people, and that just turns into a whole ethos, and it is frustrating, and it just leaves me with less interest in whatever fandom exists, because I know I've got to just deal with psychos being out there. But it's like these people aren't bugging me. Like, they're not really people who I have any interaction with. But it's frustrating. I'm sorry for complaining. I think I'm just tired, so I'm in a complaining mood. I guess that's my answer to I wish there was a little more recognition of what I'm doing, I guess. But this might kind of explain why I don't get imposter syndrome, because I do. I feel underrated most of the time, to be honest. I don't think there's anybody who actually understands the incredibly complex stuff that I'm doing or has any respect for it. I think people have like a vague respect for like a thousandth, like this tiny, maybe this, they've got an awareness of like this tiny fraction of the work that I do, and there's a little bit of respect there, but I don't know, man. I was talking to a very, let's say, an internet celebrity, a pillar of the community, the other day. And it was either him or it was a reporter, because I was talking to a reporter also. And it wasn't the other day, it was the other month. But one of them asked me, what do you do for money? What's your day job? Do you work at McDonald's? Like, what do you do? And I said, I do this. I don't have a day job. I don't. I literally do this and it doesn't make me any money. And so I think I wish that there was a little more clout in it on the internet, because if people have a little more respect for you on the internet, if people kind of get what you're doing, like this stuff, it's technically stuff that I don't have the rights to, and that the people who exploit the rights are never going to exploit. So like if I'm spending several months restoring Raggedy Ann and Andy, or if I'm spending 9 years almost at this point restoring The Thief and the Cobbler, certainly like 3-5 years off and on, because I had other projects. I kind of can't make money off of it. I mean, people will rip me off and try to make money off of it, or try to get clout off of it. But I kind of can't do that. It would be a bad look. You know? So it's hard. Like I don't make money, and I'm doing stuff that I can't really make money off of, which is important, you know? And I'm not someone who has any wealth. I don't have any family or friends, like locally, really. We're in a pandemic, so I'm cautious, I'm isolated, and I'm working very hard on stuff that I think is important. I think it's good that I'm doing this. And I do a lot of projects that not just The Thief and the Cobbler, but I do a lot of stuff that I think is pretty important to do. And I kind of put my own career, not intentionally, but I kind of put my own film career on hold. Because I was supposed to be a film director. I was a film director. You kind of lose interest. I've kind of lost interest. But I sort of, I follow what I'm interested in and what I think I can make a difference in a community by doing it. And all I ask in return, like this is my real point of all this complaining, is I just ask people to not be dicks about it, to just have even the slightest bit of respect, I guess. If people are obsessed with The Thief and the Cobbler, I would just ask that they're not also obsessed with murdering me for the same reason, and that just hasn't been the case. So I've had to, I get like messages from, it's been a while. I don't really get these messages anymore. But I did get a few messages that were like, this person was claiming that I was like stalking them violently, and it was someone who lived in a pretty obscure country that I've never been to. So I was not stalking this person, and they would know that I wasn't stalking them, but that was the tack that they took in these conversations, and it was very strange. And so I think when you do something on the internet, there is a certain pushback. There's a certain weird pushback. Whereas what I just want just a little bit of respect for what I'm doing, because I assure you that what I'm doing is 1,000,000 times more complicated than you think it is. I'm putting 1,000,000 times more work into this than you think I'm putting into it, and you could not do it. Like I don't care who you are. You could not do it, and you didn't do it. And I'm just doing this. I'm doing this for you, okay? Like I'm literally doing this so you can watch this movie that you like. And this movie that you like would not exist in that form if I didn't do this. So Like, I'm putting a lot of work into this, and I just want you to not be weird about it, okay? And I'm sorry if I'm a dick to people who don't deserve it, who are, you know, sometimes, but like, I've just been through this so many times that, as I said, you can't troll me. I don't care. I just don't care anymore. And I'm not going to put up with it. But I hope, you know, of all the stuff that I've done in my career, as I think someone referred to me as like an internet cryptid, like that it's weird to see me. And that is so weird to me. I'm out of touch with the younger fandom because I'm old, you know. I'm older than you, so I'm not going to be doing whatever it is you're doing. But I'm around. Like, I've been on the internet a lot longer than you, and I'll be here. And I'm the most like unproblematic person. You know, I've never done anything to anybody. You know, I've just kind of been beavering away at these little projects, and it means a lot to me when people are nice about it. Maybe not too nice. Like, because you know, people are like, some people are like, oh my God. But it means a lot to me that when people appreciate these projects in the way that they're intended. And The Thief and the Cobbler happens to be the project out of everything I've done that I think people absolutely took in the way I'd intended it. And appreciated it, and supported it, and donated, and wrote essays about it, and analyzed it, and cared about it, and understood what the intention was when restoring this film. And that has meant a lot to me. And you know, I am out of touch. I would be very proudly out of touch with what young people are doing, because young people should be doing what they're doing, you know. And I am 42 years old, almost, in a month, so that counts. And I don't need to be hip to what's going on in current fandoms. But I just hope people aren't mean about me for no reason. Like, it's like never based on anything, you know? And if it's hard to explain to people what I'm doing, I hope that people at least they get that I've done something anyway. You know, it's like a fraction of what I did. But this is sort of why I would do a stream like this anyway. It's like, oh yeah, here's kind of what my everyday looks like. And you can extrapolate from that, like, there's no way to get paid for this type of thing. And like, it requires a considerable amount of skill. It requires the skill of an artist who should be getting paid quite a bit, of like a film editor, of a Photoshop artist, of a filmmaker, all this stuff. It requires a lot of my skills, and that's what I like about it. I like that even if this isn't an original project for me, this is something that I care about, and that is a challenge that I'm not sure I'm quite good enough to pull off maybe in that case, I like the idea of imposter syndrome, right? Because, like, I'm not Richard Williams, but let's see how well we can do this, right? Let's go through this and see what I can pull off within a certain amount of time. Because time is money, and I do not have money. And I'm just pretending that I have time, right? And we're just going to do it. But, like, I wish that... Well, I wish that there were money in this, and I think that that would, money to pay the other animators and this and that, and to really do it. But that does open up, like, I think I'm still under the radar in a way that maybe that would cause problems. I don't know. Like, for a lot of reasons, I haven't even shown off what we've been doing, what I've been doing and what we've been doing. I've shown off most of what we've been doing, to be honest, but I haven't shown off a lot of what I've been doing. And I'm just going to kind of surprise people and put it all out at once, probably, see if I can. But, you know, I'm pushing myself. I'm really working very hard every day, and it's all work that someone should be getting paid for, you know, and I'm not. And there's really no way to get paid for this stuff. And the rights are owned by bastards, and it is what it is. Or the rights were owned by bastards, and I don't even know what the deal is now. And so I do wish that we could crowdfund a little. Like, you know, when I was asking for artistic help, because we could use colorists and like that sort of thing, and donations. Yeah, we really could have used more donations. I think it would have motivated the other artists on the team. That might be it. Like, I might like having what other people would call imposter syndrome, because I like challenging myself a bit. So it does become a little rote, but I like the idea that this drawing is almost good enough, and let's see if we can kind of pretend it's good enough. But I like the idea of working at a level, at like a higher level, you know, than I'm maybe capable of. I'm more worried about the animation than. We do not need help with the recobbled cut. There's a new recobbled cut that's not released yet. You don't have it. Yeah. So, and I don't like Resolve, so that would, I don't know if I could stomach working in Resolve. But yeah, there's a new recobbled cut. You don't have it, so that probably wouldn't be great. You can show me what you got. You can email me. But there's a new recobbled cut that I haven't even cut together yet. So that's also the kind of the answer to the AI thing, because again, there's a new version that nobody has yet. So it doesn't matter anyway. But I haven't edited together yet because I'm working on this. Color correction was something I always sort of, I don't know. I did it with the HD stuff, but I didn't do a ton of it on the other material. Because the HD stuff was ours, but like the The stuff from the DVD is rubbish anyway. There's a lot of scenes where I was combining sources, like because the DVD has picture color problems. It's very blown out, the highlights. So there are lots of scenes where I was trying to include elements from other sources to make it work a little better. But yeah, I don't know what you're trying to color correct, but we got a new version, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's a hodgepodge anyway, you know, like we need like a real source. I was really hoping that at this point the rights holders, God, would have actually released an HD version, because that's actually, you know, kind of the situation. I'm sorry if I'm submissive. I don't own a gun. Chris Garrett at Gmail if you want to send samples or donations to the other artists. I am not currently accepting donations for myself until I pay them something, even though I'm doing all this work. It's you know, because like ideally I would love to be paying people, and so the couple of donations we did get, I passed along to the animators who've done a little bit of work for us. But I think that could be a motivator for the if you want to send me samples of color correction, you can send me samples, but like really the stuff that I'm doing is really new. It's new and it's complicated, and it's like that was the farthest thing from my mind. The sound is the same way. People like ask about the sound. It's like redoing the visuals. This is maybe why I need to explain why redoing the visuals gets so complicated, because that's what I had to focus on. It was really like, okay, here's we come out in theaters on the 30th. I do not know how finished we will be. I should not have just admitted that. Shit. I was keeping that. I was keeping it a secret, but there is a screening in Seattle on the 30th, and I'm going to try and send them an updated version. It won't be like the final updated version, but yeah, I wasn't admitting that. But you asked me the question of when it comes out in cinemas, and that is absolutely on the 30th in Seattle. That's when that's happening. But it won't be done. It'll be something. It won't be done. But that's why I'm working so hard. And I wasn't going to admit that because they're trying to fly under the radar too. We're all trying to fly under the radar. But yeah, I just accidentally admitted that. There you go. It's the 30th. There's something happening. I don't know if I'll release it digitally, but I will try to have a version done for a cinema screening on the 30th of this month, Thursday, apparently. I don't know. Which is why I'm working on this. But I don't think I don't think the other animators will be done by the 30th. I don't think I'll be done by the 30th, but don't think I'll be done this year. But I'll have something. The most of the work for the recobbled 4.2 is done. I would have released it if I could trust that people weren't going to be weird about it, to be honest. So I've not been in loop. You mentioned so look at China and make it personal. Well, the new version isn't out yet of the recobbled cut. It'd be kind of hard to share anyway. It's not really worth fucking around with the old version. I haven't been that impressed by AI models, and I don't want to do something I can't undo, and I've been remaking the movie. I've been redoing the restoration, so I don't really have a version to upscale anyway. But it takes like a long time to upscale a frame in Topaz on my computer, and I don't think I could really deal with that. But the I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know if we're there yet. It's possible, but some of the tests I've seen are okay, but the tests I've been doing aren't any good. You know, I did a Topaz upscale of one shot for the trailer. I think just one shot for the trailer. And people complained. They were like, "This is rubbish," and I ended up redoing it. It's a lot better now. But yeah, people notice if it's rubbish, and I don't know. It's not something it's something I've had to put out of my mind a little bit, because it would have to be done with the finished product, you know. Like, yeah. But also, there's something I said earlier, which is that this is a more detailed film than usual, and all our sources are poor quality. So I don't know. But I'd also have to share my materials with other people, and people get real weird about that. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, upscaling might be interesting. I've been kind of but for those reasons, because it's still being worked on is one of them, and because it's not good enough is the other. I've had to stay away from it. You need a good specialized model to deal with all the issues present in Cobbler footage. Yes. I mean, yes. There's really not a model that could deal with some of the stuff we're dealing with. You know, I remade some shots in HD for this version, and it was a lot of work, but I was using the Miramax cropped DVD for portions of the shot, because that's about as zoomed in on the action as you're going to get. But it also looks very different. It has very different issues from the other DVD. I'm sorry if I'm grouchy about all this. I have been doing this a while and I'm tired. Like, I probably inked 200 of these things in the past however long. I think that's probably about right at this point. Not today, but you know, I've inked a lot. But you can email me if you want to like do upscale tests. But people have tried it before, and it's like, I don't know. I haven't been impressed yet, and I don't really know if I can. I have a lot of trouble when I don't But yeah, the tests I've seen had issues. Camera turned off. Well, I'll get some to drink too while I turn the camera back on. It's a battery thing. This isn't a webcam. It's an actual photographic camera. Okay, thanks for telling me. Sorry if I'm a little grouchy about this stuff. I don't know. I probably should not have gone into detail like that. I'm willing to be impressed by an upscale, but I don't want to do something I can't undo. And it's like, you know, the real upscale would be getting an actual print of the damn movie. If you want to give it a shot, you can use Arabian Night. I've posted Arabian Night on archive somewhere. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I need something to drink. Where's something to drink? You probably listen to this when I'm in a mood and I'm complaining. You're like, this guy's so full of himself, and I'm not really. I'm just like, I'm just to get a little fed up with getting a little less respect, I think. So I'm just trying to say, you know, I did do this. You know, it's like it is something that you got to put a lot of effort into to do. Okay, give it a shot. Their speed, a fraction of a second, but still won't. Well, with me, I'm like dealing with models where if I upscale a shot, I'll have like 4 seconds done overnight, you know, in 8 hours. So, yeah, the work I'm doing is difficult in that, and it's also looks like shit when I'm done. Okay, we are back. We're back. Yeah, sorry. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna. This is our last drawing. This is the last drawing in this stack. Yeah, unless I were to pull from the stack of rejects. This is our last one. No, yeah. I hope I don't sound too full of myself. I'm just sometimes you got to be like, it's hard to take credit for this stuff. It's hard to explain what I'm doing, and I usually don't. So if people seem to get it at all, I do try to explain that no, this is a lot of work. This is tough. This doesn't just happen. Do you think the Scheherazade snippet should be added back? I don't remember the audio as well as some people seem to. But no, I would say no. Was that in the KA reels? Is that the way it is? Or is that in the work print? I don't remember. Someone was saying they like the music a lot better in the Mark III, and I do not remember. As I said, my actions make a lot more sense when you realize that working with the visuals is a lot and has just been a lot to deal with, so I haven't been thinking about it as much. But no, I don't think so. Probably not. In fact, I think these days I would probably do more vocal isolations. That's something I want to do or to get done is to vocal isolate the cuts of the movie, like Princess and the Cobbler and the work print, and see what's up. You know, I don't know. But no, I've been 100% visual focused because I kind of have to be in order to do what we're doing. Yeah, I have not been thinking about the audio, but that is the kind of thing you should say in the forum, because I might remember it. I'll check the forum at some point and be like, no. But that would be a big no from me, I think. Archive of Arabian Night. Well, what you need... That's my archive. I no longer have access to that archive. I shouldn't admit that. But that's where it is. You look for the work print and footage. Look for, and it'll be there. So in the K reels, whenever the scene had a red background. Yeah, that's the KA reels. Oh no, definitely not. I'm not going to edit it like the KA reels. No, that's a no. That's a no from me. The KA reels are interesting. I did a DVD of them at one point, but I don't know if with audio, because they've got different audio. But I don't know if I ever did them in HD with audio, like properly, because with the KA reels, I had to edit them visually after a certain point. I work this hard on everything. I work this hard on a lot of stuff. I'm just like this. Yeah, I work this hard on everything. Usually does not get enough attention. Usually just does not get enough attention. I work this hard on everything. That's what else. Hey, if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. You know, I put my I'll put my my whole self in, and I'll shake it all about. I'll do the hokey pokey. Someone did send me an upscale of the old version, I think, of the recobbled cut, and I've not even looked at it. I think someone did send me like a full upscale. But it's like I'm doing a new cut. Thank you. Very, very proud of the new stuff, I am. Am I distorting? Is this too loud? Because sometimes it's in the red when I get a little closer to the mic. Because I've got the mic jacked up a little. Thank you. Sorry if I'm being a dick about this. It's been a long day. I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours plus. But yeah, the new stuff I'm very proud of, and I look forward to people being able to see it. It does mean that a lot of the shots in recobbled cut are not like upscalable as they are, but we'll see how it goes. Can any kinds of edits be? You do not. You don't. I have released a version of the material privately to like 3 people. But that was just sort of it. I need to actually edit it together. Is the thing. Is this, what is that? Yeah, okay, this can is that shadow. Sorry, I'm not working. This is the last one, unless I dig into the other material that I rejected before. This is the last one. I've really struggled with social media. I'm just not as popular on social media as I think I should be. That's true of everybody, but I think for somebody like myself, like I've been an artist and a filmmaker for 25 years, and I'm never going to have a normal job. You know, I need social media to work, and it just doesn't work the way it should. And a lot of times I wonder if it's because of the stuff I'm complaining about, where people like strangers are smearing my name because they're jealous or they don't know who I am, and they get a certain vibe off of me, and they want to bash that vibe. Yeah, social media I find tricky. I really think I find it hard to get the attention for stuff that is needed to actually get shit done. Unfortunately. I don't know. I spend my Twitter, you know, I doom scroll, you know, I just get the bad news all every day. And then when I'm doing work, so much of the work that I do is secret too. It's like I'm more secret. This is my soda, I'm belching. I'm more secretive about my work than I think I should be. But it's just as much work to show people what I'm working on as it is to just do the work. And I'm always like this. I'm always just doing the work, and it's not work that is making money. So it's work that I hope connects with people, because it's hard. And you know, all the social media platforms are run by like these evil billionaires, so they really are very anti-artist, I'm afraid. It's hard to get out there. I don't know. Somebody was talking about TikTok, and I'm not on TikTok because I'm 42, you know. I think the target age for TikTok is like a third my age. Well, thanks. it's frustrating for me because I came up as a feature filmmaker, and I wish I were still doing more stuff like that. And I'm just a little too burnt out these days on stuff, but I work really hard on this stuff, and a lot of times the stuff I'm doing is like film restoration stuff, and it's stuff that you can't make money off of, you can't really take credit for, and which is just going to be reposted. So like getting any appreciation and having people be polite about it is really the what I'm hoping for. But like what I'm doing is also very untraditional. Like I'm trying to do stuff nobody's done before. And that's not something that'll get you work, but it is something interesting. Like when I started doing colorization, I only did it a few times, but the methods I developed were new, and which everybody does it that way now. And nobody did it that way before me, and everybody does colorization that way now. So that's the kind of stuff I do. Like when I despecialized Star Wars, nobody had done that, I think, before me. At the very least, it was very controversial, and the Star Wars community attacked me for it, ran me out on a rail, and then everybody did it because it was a proof of concept. I'd proven it could be done and should be done, and now that's the way it's done. Like Harmy did it, and this and that. So when I was restoring the Jabba the Hutt scene recently, that was a completely new technique. It was a completely new set of techniques that meant basically hand animating the entire scene. Completely new techniques that I don't think anyone else would be nutty enough to do it that way. And I don't think people understood what I was doing, but it's something new. And what we're doing with the Cobbler now is something new because we're doing new animation, and I'm doing other new techniques, which I won't talk about. But sometimes it's interesting because when people copy my work, and they do, anything I've ever done gets copied by lots of people. They always copy the thing, but they don't copy the reason I did the thing, which was to do something new, to challenge myself, to break ground in some way. I was very happy with passing on that technique for colorization to other people once I'd done it. I believe it's now how all Doctor Who colorizations are done, for instance. I am happy to pass along knowledge, but I think people just kind of want to take the thing I did and say it's theirs, unfortunately, which is not, that's really missing the point, which, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to challenge myself, and I'm going to push it, and I'm going to try and do something that nobody's done before in this realm, So the idea of doing new animation is appealing to an extent. Doing it without time and money is harder. Like, we really don't have the resources. But to whatever extent we can pull this off, is interesting. It's pushing a boundary that I wouldn't have thought we could push, and we'll see how it goes. It was called the Mark IV II because it was supposed to be a very minor difference originally. It was supposed to just be like a few shots, and then one sequence. It's more than that now, but I used to say I'd never do a Mark V because every marked version of the Thief, and I've said this many times in this stream, every marked version of the Thief represents a significant increase in quality of the sources, the source material we're working with, has vastly happened. So, I don't know which AI tool you're referring to. You'll have to be more specific. What was I talking about? I said I wouldn't do a Mark V because we don't have HD sources for the film that we need. And we never will because prints of this movie are so rare. There was literally only one print of the work print, and I would need permissions that I don't have currently from Paramount to access it. I do not have an HD print of the film, so there could be no Mark V. So we were originally just going to change a few shots and call it Mark IV too. Now, what we're doing has gone way beyond that, so stay tuned if you like numbers, but no decision has been made on what it's actually going to be called in that regard. Okay. Yeah. I do sound full of myself, but I think when it's my stream, it's kind of you're kind of forced into that position of explaining stuff, I guess. In that way. I do sound a little like a dick about it. But, I would be happy to take more of a victory lap for this stuff anyway, because, it's a lot of work. As I said, I'm just kind of beavering away at this stuff, and there's not a lot of reward for it. It's weird that it's a huge red flag for me when people are like jealous of this stuff, because, if you wanted to put this level of work in, that's literally all that's happening here, is that someone is putting a lot of work into this stuff, more than you would. You're not going to, though, and you just kind of want to be praised, I think, some people. And I get it. I want to be praised, too, for the work I'm putting in. I've not heard of cadmium. I would love an AI tool that can color in frames if it can do it. Because, boy, this stuff is tedious. That's something, like coloring in frames is something where I would be really happy to see it. I've been using EB Synth for certain things, but EB Synth is very limited, and I don't think EB Synth is pretty limited, so I don't know what. I don't think you could actually do the coloring in without fucking up pretty quick. But EB Synth has been very useful in limited moments. Honestly, Gary Gilchrist, I'm interested in your work. You'll have to be more specific about my work, but I do have a website at orangecow.org, and if my work over the years has been very varied. I do a lot of different stuff, and you'll just have to be specific about what you're interested in, but I could point you in the right direction, I guess, about the sort of stuff I've done. But Currently there's this. I've done this. You see where I'm not following the line. I'm purposely changing the spacing a little there. It is, because there's so much tedious stuff. And coloring in this stuff and working with Yum Yum's veils is going to be such a nightmare. And I don't know how much of it I can get done. But like, there's some of the tedious stuff about animation that AI could really solve if AI were being made for artists instead of as an attack on artists. But like 90% of AI culture right now is just literally trying to murder artists. It's an attack on artists, and I'm not for it. But the tedium of like coloring in this material, good Lord, yes. I think I would use, there's definitely things that I would do. It depends. I don't know how far what we're doing is going to get, really. But I think I'm going to use some shortcuts for some of the material that would not have been available back in the day. I have used EB Synth here and there for coloring mostly, and for mattes. But as I said, EB Synth, it starts to smear pretty quickly, so I don't think you could really do it for color. Except in a very limited way. It's a shame. But yeah, coloring art, ideal use for AI, ideal use. But they would have to care more about artists, I guess. I don't know. Than they do in the AI world right now. Are there any positive things to think about? No. No. It's infuriating. AI is going to... I guess. I don't know. The thing about the line work here is if we have access to the Academy work print, we have better line work. But we don't. At least I don't yet. Because they want to be legal about it. Yeah, no, it's just, unfortunately AI has just been for the people who hate artists and who just want to troll. It immediately just went to the worst people who are trolling artists by saying, "Oh, this will replace you," and you know, AI stuff. It's driving people nuts because it's awful. Like the AI art is awful, but it's the sort of stuff that looks okay if you don't think about it, like at all. You know. It's like you could never turn that in, but like it's the sort of stuff that people are okay with if they're not looking closely at it or something. And every artist knows, unfortunately, that a lot of times people just aren't looking at art as closely and are not appreciating what the work that goes into art. And so we're all being trolled by AI. Christ, someone left a comment like saying, by the end of the year, this we'll be able to remake The Thief and the Cobbler with AI. And it's like, no, you fucking won't. you know, in 1,000 years, you wouldn't be able to do that. We'll all be dead in 20. Would you have any educational resources when it comes to filmmaking, such as a technique you use or anything? Well, you'll have to be more specific, but it's been a while. I was going to do a series about filmmaking. That was something that I was going to do. But I didn't. I've been a little bit retired as a filmmaker for a while. And I forget how much or how recently I've done any tutorials or something like that. That was something I used to do. I used to teach that sort of thing. But I don't know. It depends on what you're trying to do, I suppose. But you can ask any questions at my message board, and I'll see if I have anything. But filmmaking-wise, I'm not retired, but my output of new filmmaking has been like original filmmaking, not restorations and this and that. Has been a little less recently. I haven't been able to do a big project in a few years. And there's a couple of projects that I think are going to be NDA forever, unfortunately, because they fell apart at some point. We might be done, folks. I've been doing this a while. What time is it? Oh, it's 6. It is 6. So I've done my time. And I was checking my phone. Oh yeah. It's kind of done. I don't know if I should admit that and actually be done, but what do you think, folks? I'm very far away right now. Getting something to drink. I'm going to just look through the reject stack before I hang up today. Like, I could literally just stop here because that is everything that I was supposed to do. Oh, no, it's not. There's one thing I didn't do. Oh, there's one thing I didn't do, and I didn't do it on purpose. I avoided doing this on purpose. Okay, I guess I'll fucking do this. Sebastian, I'm happy to answer any questions about filmmaking or my techniques from my point of view. But yeah, might have to be specific because I was going to do a series about filmmaking, and I didn't. That was a couple of years ago, but I think I only did like little things, a few tutorials. But the new techniques I've developed, when I've developed them, I have done some tutorials, and I'm happy to share knowledge to some extent. Okay, so I'm going to see what... This is a reject batch that I printed out too dark, and I just kind of kept printing it out too dark. And this is actually going to have a lot of the stuff that I did ink later in this batch. I'm going to look for the stuff that I didn't do, but had printed out at the time. That is a blank. That is a blank. Yeah. I never inked this, but I did. I inked something similar. That's interesting. There are blank pages in here. Oh no, that's light. Is that light or is it? No. No, that's blank. I thought for a second I'd printed it out properly. I don't know. Probably won't ink these. Printed them out too dark. Printed them out too dark. Oh. Yeah, see, these are all nice, but well, I know why I'm not doing that one. See, this is what I was looking for, actually. But I don't know if I actually would. I was looking for this one. Everything else, these are my notes. These are things I didn't do. I can't really help with other projects, but I wish you luck. As I said, I can answer some technical questions, maybe, but that'll be about it. Anyway, so these, I just printed them out too dark, you know. I printed them out too dark, and I didn't feel like well, I wish you good luck. I'd have to see what you can do. I was I started in the 90s, about 25 years ago. Well, about 30 years ago, really. But yeah, about 30 years now. But more seriously, yeah, I wish you luck with it. But let me see. My advice, or my way of doing it, was always to learn by doing, personally. To just figure it out by doing it. And made a lot of mistakes along the way. That's interesting. I don't like Ralph Bakshi. I think he's bad. But that's fine. So this is something that I avoided doing it because I felt like I'd printed it out too small. I'm probably right about that. I can't even wrap my head around it, so I don't think. I did. God, when this would be 23 years ago, I think I wrote an Evil Dead screenplay. I made an Evil Dead video game maybe 20 years ago. It was sort of the kind of stuff they did later in the Evil Dead TV show, kind of. I'm ahead of my time. It's like I don't know. I don't know how to relax, and I just keep working on this stuff. And I don't watch enough movies, I guess, or enough TV shows. And when I do, a lot of times it's like it reminds me too much of something I was working on in like 2009 when I was writing screenplays really heavily. It's like, oh, I had something like that. One really obvious one was it was kind of hard for me to watch the She-Hulk TV show because I'd made a She-Hulk film back in 2007, 8, 9, and I kind of had my own opinion about what to do. There were similarities, maybe inevitably, but also like, oh, that's not what I would have done. I'm not feeling this. I feel like I should print this out properly. All right. Yeah, if you got any filmmaking questions, I might be able to help. I'm not quite retired from filmmaking. Just a lot of my projects kind of sizzled out, got NDA'd a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop for the night. Stop streaming. And I wish you all a good one. Thank you for sticking here with me. And stay tuned for the next thing. Thank you. You can find me at orangecow.org. And yeah, I'm gonna get some